Before I engage, Fire Emblem engage! Hi! Hey Curb, how you doing tonight? Welcome. Hold up. I just saw the fucking text box and I'm like, I can't resist. God, I'm so fucking losing it. I need to play a Fire Emblem game now. But I wanna take my time with this. I don't wanna rush this. So that's not a problem. Anyway, I wonder if Shomshi's okay. Anyway, hello everyone, welcome back to some more great Ace Attorney 2. Let's just pick up where we left off. I haven't been stopping at the to be continued signs, so I'm not quite sure where to how to start my streams at the moment. Give me a bit to adjust, but we'll just go until I feel like I can't keep going. I actually had a sore throat yesterday from doing the Gina voice. I think that's what it was. And like last night, I'm just like sitting like, have I caught it? Like, cause I had a sore throat, right? Then woke up this morning and everything's fine. I'm just stupid for screaming so loud when I stream, you know? Anyway, what pray is behind the curtain?
That is the Tuspel special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. It must depict the serial killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Ah, absolutely none. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madame? What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain?
Oh.
I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains.
But only I don't know how to say that, a soup con. That is completely incorrect. I already know. 139? What? What? What a plot twist! Anyway, I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Tuspel's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yes, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Well then perhaps Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman. Not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit.
Why? Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime.
Ah!
She looks as pale as candle wax. That's an interesting metaphor.
I don't understand.
So, Madame Tuspels, you've agreed to my fee. You shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The great deduction time, yeah. I figured it'd be a good point to stop before this last time. Waxwork's fate. Fate? Strange fake. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum.
The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helpfully from your bag. In my estimation, some £200.
That is all my own money.
So what does this large sum of money reveal? Not as much as the involuntary glance you cast would seem, Madame Tospels. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of £200 is revealed by that public notice. Waxworks for sale? Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of your special exhibit, for the sum of £200.
No.
Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock. The cause of which is clearly known to you.
Oh.
Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively.
What are you suggesting?
He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result, the scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock.
Sure.
Yes, the killer in the special exhibit fetched the killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret.
Sword for cash. Waxwork. Location.
The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider the problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we only need observe his neckerchief.
That's a word.
Such as is worn by policemen as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay.
What are you talking about?
This man's quite a celebrity. He receives triple accolades.
I didn't pronounce that right, did I? Accolades. Isn't that accolades? Is that how I'm supposed to do it? Why did I say accolades?
At last year's policing awards.
But
next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with the particularly unsightly visage.
Avocados.
I've been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost in fact, as if he were waxwork.
but you.
Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madame. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Though perhaps it's the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madame?
I do not.
Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon.
God, I love the music.
Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Holy, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Holmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman, Ottomol. Sorry. It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether. Great ether! Sorry.
And it turned out that the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottomol.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man is there supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well.
There's the word odious. Odious-man. Odious man. I looked this up yesterday. But is £200 a lot of money for a wax model?
It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that put things into perspective.
Otis, our boy, that's right. So it is quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous. You could almost call it odious. Odious... Rex? What is that? I don't know. Odious... Mobius? Odious Mobius?
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Shums did more or less just accuse her to her face, so... I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Tuspels vents her anger.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Tuspels, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. A second time.
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright. I've seen all this dialogue before, so I don't really have to read it until there's something new. I really love the, like, just the character animation in this game. It's so fucking good. I need a, like, somehow, like, Great Ace Attorney 1 and 1 had better character animation than Spirit of Justice, and Spirit of Justice came out the year after. So it's like, how did that happen? How the fuck did that happen? Here we go. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell one of her waxworks. Even for £200.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think?
Sorry.
Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would.
but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance and see if there's anything else that can explain it.
Hello. This.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tusples, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price of his safe returns is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd of October.
What?
It's just the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly.
Take that!
There we go. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note.
Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork.
Oh,
200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intended to pay it.
the model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you.
Oh,
Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds.
So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
we could just ask him when he comes around.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Early's trying so hard, we mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspels trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Hand of Madame. No, she's got like 2 hands there. What the hell?
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all. No, it's not. It's also got the wrong hand. That would be a left hand based on the thumb position. You've played more of this game than Engage since it came out. That's so funny. I'm sorry for forcing you to play this game instead of Engage, but unfortunately, this game is better. This game is just peak.
Oh, wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean it's made of wax? Only fine. I've had moments where I really don't want to play Engage. Yeah, that's fair enough. Sometimes sometimes I feel like I should alternate games sometimes with like when I want to play multiple games at once. I've done this in the past where I've alternated between 2 games on stream. I think I did this if you remember, when I was doing AI The Somnium Files 1, I was alternating between that game and Final Fantasy VII Remake. And while that's cool and all, I think with the current games I want to play, alternating games means I have to alternate consoles, right? I have to alternate, because I want to play Fire Emblem 7, right? I'd have to alternate between my Switch and Wii U, and that means I have to swap the HDMI cable all the time. Plus, this is a game where I feel like playing it straight and focusing on it is a much better experience, so I don't forget details between sessions, right? So I just want to focus on this, you know? I did play with the idea of alternating games, but I don't think it's gonna work. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand.
Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you?
The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but on closer inspection reveals that it is, in fact,
a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It's the hand of a waxwork model.
Yeah. Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm?
Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try and remove it as a souvenir.
No small keepsake.
Like taking whole branches of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossom. Sakura, I'm guessing, is referring to.
I'm afraid I had to teach a man a lesson.
You confronted the man to try to take the arm back.
And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped.
Alright. Okay.
The question that arises.
Oh, wait, this is that what I was saying. Let's consider the problem for a moment. Yeah. Man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Alright. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to the other policemen that some crime is underway.
Way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing its identity, yes. It's a secret closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes doesn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets in any true detective's nature. Isn't any true detective's nature, of course.
Right, anyway, judging from Madame Tuspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' seduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified quite correctly. Oh. Oh, I thought this was a real person, but okay, I guess it isn't. What the? The man has a stub sticking out from his shoulder where the arm should be.
Oh, well that settles that then.
Right, this isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off, shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in what we just found out.
Take that! Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe the shoulder stub.
No such boneless human walks this earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model.
I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He's become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally. What other explanation could there be?
And it was this detective's arm that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it?
Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him, with a particularly unsightly visage. Been watching closely, and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were waxwork.
Oh, but you...
Your reaction only confirms my suspicion, madame. I notice at once, of course, observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves that whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag.
A killer policeman called Otomo, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. A very low price though, threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrett's delightful lodgings, in fact. So is this special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Odomov, really?
Perhaps we need to look around again and see if another idea pops up.
This guy's probably real. Look at this! Old man's tapping his foot like crazy.
Seems to be fast asleep there.
He's not tapping his foot consciously then. So you mean...
Must be a Twitch.
Twitch.tv/mbgov1133. Follow me. Follow me. Oh, Twitch! On Twitch! And look at this man's arm too. We've seen a scuff like that somewhere else around here, haven't we? I don't believe it.
Secrets on that other.
Yes. This is a slightly strange choice of outfit if it's trying to go unnoticed.
Oh, it must be a detective disguised as a policeman.
Imagine Shulms as a streamer. Imagine Iris as a streamer, except she was like an 18-year-old idol, internet idol, and played Shovel Forge for a living. Perhaps you should try to be a little more polite about him, Iris. So do I point out the Twitch? I'm guessing the Twitch.
Take that!
Yeah. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious Twitch. Even if the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a Twitch. Oh, even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a Twitch. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Tusples.
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place.
He's clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing the price of 3 pence? It's a scarf. No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which is the old Bobby. I missed that. Twitched like that while fast asleep, yeah. Which the old Bobby purchased recently at a local market. And I presume you've observed that the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there's just been such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So, it would seem that we have finally arrived at the truth.
The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped.
And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle.
Alright. Still a mystery.
Elementary.
All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time. On their way back from the pub, I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway... Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madame. I'm gratified that you enjoyed this spectacle. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically, it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork. In as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well, but after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talent of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish.
Alright. It's just a collapsed man.
Later turned out he's not one of the mass murderer's victims.
True, but he's one of the waxworks victims in a way, isn't he?
He's not showing any signs of life.
Because he really is dead.
Come on, you're already always pointing the finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed. And I found the ransom note in its place.
The culprit must have broken in during the night, and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other. I would say, the Professor.
Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete.
Sorry?
The Professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital.
10 years ago.
Yes, at exactly the time that Baron von Zix graduated from university, in fact.
What? Surely he's not saying.
So the big dead event that changed Mr. Reaper's life.
As you've surmised, it was the Professor case.
Who was this professor then?
It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago.
Nothing to report! Greetings, Professor! Nothing to report!
After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Though of course he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction.
But I don't understand. How is this all related to Shulk? Sorry, I mean, to Lord Von Zeeks?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why is it that the Professor earned such infamy? It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, early?
Those murdered by the Professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves through the country's administration.
Members of the... Ah, wait. Of course. What Professor Hairbrain said. The Lord Von Zeeks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the Professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Von Zeeks.
I'm assuming that's Clint, actually. I don't know, Clint. It's probably Clint. No! I don't believe it. Von Zeeks? What a shock.
I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Baroque pursued a career as a prosecutor and eventually became the Reaper we know today.
I had no idea Lord Von Zieks had such a tragic past.
Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
The fucking music.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Yes, of course. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. What's this? Whoa. Oh.
It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque.
Hang on. What's the voice?
Sora, Kingdom Hearts is light. Yeah, it's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Baroque.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in prison of all places.
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes, I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems really reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I heard lots of stories. Baroque, are you really?
What?
Never mind. I know that you have my best interests at heart.
I know he's British, but I feel like I can do some sort of... He would have... I don't know, anyway.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Baroque.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court.
Okay. Yeah. I figured I stopped, like, right before the to be continued, but, like, you know? Alright, let's continue. I was really tired last night. My voice was starting to hurt. So, try part 1. Let's go. I wonder if we can finish the case today. Probably not. Probably not, honestly. But we'll see. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, doing what I can. Back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Good morning, Professor Hairbrain.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure here is off the charts. I have never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
I feel it every time I'm here. Gravity?
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you? You will never give me up, will you? Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial to save my life.
Time to defend one vulnerable victim.
To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
Who's this? Oh, my comments are fucking stations.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruto. You appear to have been lumbered with a most tiresome case here.
Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here.
That was very mean, Runo, leaving me alone with Early. Took me at least an hour to wake him.
Is it? Are you? Sherlock Holmes? Indeed, sir. I am he, Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I've heard about your exploits even whilst living in Germany.
Yes, Rant's magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your deduction in the adventure of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Silver Blaze, Silver the Hedgehog, and Blaze the Cat?
Ah, yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the Speckled Band.
Well, thank you for coming.
Oh wait, well thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay.
Oh,
I've urgent business at Madame Tuspel's.
you mean your waxwork job?
No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services.
Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you?
The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention.
Oh, well, never mind then. I understand.
Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's intractable mysteries, you might say. Oh yes, quite. Definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck?
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain. Why, thank you. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please.
What's this about?
As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible.
But the professor said the demonstration was a success.
Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So it's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory.
And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial. I have no doubt.
What's that supposed to mean?
Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, dear fellow. My dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
Toodles? Toodaloo? Magaroo?
Well, looks like you're on today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
Oh no, I'm afraid I can't help. There's something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you. When you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way to the courtroom at once. We're on our way. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed, and a scientist who's convinced that it did. What's the riddle you have to unlock here? That's the riddle you have to unlock here. Do you know, Skit? That's the key to this case. Okay. Who are the jury? Yeah. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of the Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
The prosecution is ready.
The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more... She's in a costume. I'm without Susato-san today. Is it just my imagination? Or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well. Mr. Odious Man.
Mr. Zman was known well as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities.
It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Von Six, but the jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on 21st of October, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it?
If that is how your lordship would describe divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain.
Very well, then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've been selected at random to represent the rule of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty?
I am most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
I don't know if that fits him.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. It sends shivers down my spine.
Wow, that's a lot of new jury members, because I don't recognize this guy either. Science experiments, magic, control chicks, courtroom trials, that's all and nothing more than performances. What the fuck? Are they all new jury members? Any spurious sort that defiles the reputation of science deserve to hang. We have to listen. And settle one. That's it, right? Isn't it? Oh my god, it's this guy again. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Brand new jury. That's the police color Otomo lookalike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, I'm sure you're all aware. The incident we are here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening.
Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators.
A tragic turn of events as such eyes of London. No, the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Von Six.
At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world.
One of scientists' latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the Great Exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage.
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis.
Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are so subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility?
Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure. Disassembling people with the electricity? My goodness, how shocking!
I get it.
Ha! The whole idea is absurd! The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you're a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. I am! And my word on the magnificent final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution view on the matter?
The prosecution would assert that the accused's instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success.
What?
What? Order!
The professor.
What?
The professor has hypothesized.
Fuck, I can't speak tonight. Hold on.
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asman's life in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
Thank you, Lord Von Zieks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims.
Gladly, my lord.
He does this once every trial, doesn't he?
Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand.
I wonder if I can put free verb on, actually. Hello.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. The Myers Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty in the demonstration on the day in question and in charge of the following investigation. Albert Harebrain, the scientist!
You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
I got fish and chips last night as well! Let's fucking go, Curb!
Yes, that's right! After graduating from university here in Britain, I went into work in Germany and made an amazing discovery. Which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypotheses at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, right? An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, there was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success.
Well, that much as I don't know. As shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it.
Oh, wait. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less.
That's why, my lord, the victim rammed straight into it.
I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence.
As we all saw, the victim of the incident was Mr. Odious. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was a man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself.
I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who funded his work. Would that be correct?
Exactly.
But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't examine the record under the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage! The wreckage!
But that being said, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act?
Extremely simply, my lord.
I beg your pardon?
Isn't that right, witness?
What? Sorry? Me?
No.
Your neighbor.
Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone could state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we'd better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Excuse me. Now I want fish and chips again. I just had dinner though.
The goblin went crowned when the Crystal Tower had a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection, that's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd been clearly stabbed by something sharp right through the heart. The victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fella's the only one who could have done it.
An extraordinary business! In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge.
Coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, no, no! That can't be further from the truth!
I have here the experiment plan document that was submission to the security team. The victim stood inside something called the bird cage, ready to be beamed instantly. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the window, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large, round window.
Okay.
My word, one assumes his victim's neck was broken upon impact of the tower then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp metal weapon that pierced the victim's arm. But the weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record.
Your request is granted, counsel.
Details of okay, actually, this crowd noise is gonna get on my nose, so let's wait.
I was that person, you know, saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on stage was Mr. Asman, was a disgraceful shit for a scientist.
Then really, by all counts, it must have been him.
Oh, I don't think otherwise, really.
Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I need to focus here.
Bah!
It's been a while! Alright. Now let's read the court record real quick. Odi Asman male, nationally British. Age 47. Time of death 21st of October 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart. Inflicted by a sharp implement. Additional observation: a broken vertebrae, most likely resulting from impact after sudden fall from considerable height. Okay, a photograph. Okay. Alright. I reckon press all the statements and see how I go. Hold it! You were suggesting that's because he fell from a considerable height.
Exactly. Which highlights something else about this rum business.
What's that?
The fact is, the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success.
Ah!
After the explosion, the cage with the fellow inside had suddenly appeared out of nowhere midair.
Although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis actually did occur.
Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
Hold it! So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally.
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out. You got it wrong, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, I can make even I can make a mistake.
Did people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight, the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possibly variable. So I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then you just have to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose.
Ah! Crackling comets! The answer should have been 3!
So much for safety's first. The 3 must be for safety third. Another fatal injury, you say?
That doesn't make any sense!
I didn't think I'd have to spell this out, but here we go. Yeah, because there were 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean that I'm saying the victims had 2 lives to lose, does it?
2 right.
Obviously, at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping it up as well.
But you're saying that's not the case?
And get your answer when I finish my fish and chips if you don't keep butting in every second.
But all we know is that's a bottomless bag.
The victim plummeted 30 feet into a glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the cause of death.
Right, that's what we all thought. Well, a red herring, wasn't it? There was a legion.
The defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So what was the nature of this sharp object?
Among the accused's tools that were in use at the time. At the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This.
Ah, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver.
There he is!
My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew. Of course.
Do you know each other yet already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead. Well, it would appear that your beloved rat, Andrew, has a red stain on his shank.
That isn't...
It's blood beyond all reasonable doubt.
No!
And that's not all. The long sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is consistent with the victim's wound.
What?
Ora, ora! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
Okay. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Great. Hold it! What grounds do you have for saying that?
I really need to ask. There were only two people in the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie as man, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive.
That's right, I saw with my own two eyes.
Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body.
In other words, only someone else on stage with the victim who could have done it.
Excuse me! Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that'd be relevant here? Professor!
Sorry! I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that. It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. No one else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way that I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Osman, as you say.
Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this whole card policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals, with blood continuously flowing through their brain. Their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you see, if I'd plunged something with the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet, not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see, not one.
Joe, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That's a great counter-argument.
Hurrah!
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friends a-ducking.
I don't even know that's how to pronounce it. A juicing?
Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Baroque. But I'm really not a patch on you.
No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have.
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Ah, of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir.
Where are they going with this?
Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. The weapon the victim was having must have been in his left body when he was beamed through.
Yeah, that is fucking incorrect.
Objection!
No? Okay, I guess I'll just press it and see how we go.
Hold it!
Why would you think that, Inspector? Hold up, give me 1 second. Oh, hi, May. I just checked where. I just joined the call for a sec just to see where Silent was at. Oh joy. But yes. Hi. No worries. Why would you think that, Inspector?
With an alarming wound, it's only when you pull the weapon out that the profuse bleeding occurs. While still lodged in the body, it acts as a stop-off source for one of fatal wound.
I see. There's no one to know where you are. Sure. As I check where Silent is. Anyway.
You don't need a medical degree to be aware of this fact. It's common knowledge for any investigator.
Where's Susato-san when you need her? Be back when you get home. No worries. Thanks for dropping by.
If you ask me, this bloke must have met what he was doing from his deformed body before stabbing Asman in the chest. And he beamed the victim off stage with his fancy device and the screwdriver where he planted it.
I would never do such a thing! Not to my precious tools! I would never use them for such dirty work! You only use tools for their intended purpose. That is common knowledge for any scientist.
The fact remains that the lack of blood at the scene can easily be explained, as the prosecution has demonstrated.
So that's all the testimony I have to work with. So I do have to present on that last one. Gotcha. I have no idea the victim had been stabbed. That changes everything. Did Van Zieks keep that to himself till now on purpose? Oh well. I suppose all I can do is press these witnesses for as much new information as possible. Already pressed so many times, so it has to be on this one. Question is, what do I present here? I guess I can investigate. This is blood. Mr. Asman's no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Oh, do I just present this then?
Objection!
Yeah, okay. Okay. You say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood on the experimentation stage, and that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding.
It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, now you're going to mention it, yes.
Inspector, are you to understand? Are we to understand you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation Scientific Equipment Act?
No. I wouldn't do that. I just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear that he wasn't a Dutch thing.
Yes, that's true. The screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it?
What are you getting at?
If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have still been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman. And been found still lodged in the victim's chest.
Ora! How to explain this, Inspector? I don't...
It looks as though everything that the victim had on this person moved with him when he was being beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have been beamed to the destination as well.
Yeah.
This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it actually did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Von Zix is stumped. What? Holy shit, he's voiced? Rare for a witness to be voiced like that.
Do you have something to say, witness? Yes, I knew it. It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Navajo, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency.
What? Man is fucking digging his own grave? Why? What are you fucking doing? What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Even if Andrew had been lodging his own chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved, and remaining on the scent is consistent with my calculations.
What? What?
It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation?
Just when I found an inconsistency. In the prosecution's argument, scientists. Just when I found an inconsistency. Science!
Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold. In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
What is he doing? This is such a fucking funny case. What the fuck? I mean, someone died, so I shouldn't be calling it funny, but like, still.
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering my data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal though, hence the metal weapon that would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Osman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work would not have been possible. Now, I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Apollo Justice? Yeah.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is...
That based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis.
In other words,
since this screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency.
Curb, remind me, you've played all the Ace Attorney games, right? Or is like, have you not played some of the other, like, investigations or, you know?
and therefore...
the Professor Albert Hairbrain could still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see? We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason. I was not addressing you, witness.
What is he fucking doing? I'm Professor Hairbrain.
Yes!
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest is in upholding my hypotheses. I'm a scientist, after all.
I've played. The ones I have are... The ones I haven't are... Oh, you haven't. Oh, the ones you have are 1 Dual Destinies, Phoenix Wright and Ace Attorney, and this. I see. Interesting. You should play them all. You should grab Apollo Justice and all the others off the 3DS eShop before the eShop dies. If you haven't already. Though, I get the feeling that they might be ported at some point. There's no way Capcom won't, I feel. Especially since they went, yeah, no. But yeah. Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Alright. You do have the original trilogy on your Switch? Okay. That's good. Hold it! And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without at first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in the very highest esteem.
But you realize that disproving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know?
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind.
You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times.
So Lord Von Zix really did have a friend once. But I didn't notice hell freezing over.
My hypothesis states that the kinesis—
Oh wait, hang on, wait. Hold on. I need to read that. Hold it! Your hypothesis states it. So it isn't proven then?
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis. But a good one, based on the thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals cannot be decomposed by electrolysis. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it, Was it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made of wood, you see?
Sorry, the birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call the key Obuster cage.
Cobuster? Combusting? Which Mr. Asman
plays for the kinesis.
The gel cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made of timber of some sort.
I'll thank you not to refer to it as an instrument of incarceration. Your lordship.
In short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with the mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Indeed, sir.
Someone beam me out of this nightmare.
In other words, I will be pressed.
You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Navajo. Are you not pleased?
No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I am the one responsible for Mr. Osman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse, I know that.
No, you're quite right.
Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Osman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypotheses, and the project. And the research grant, of course. Mr. Osman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible.
Hold it! How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published in a little paper about my work.
That's a scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles.
I might have had extraordinary hypotheses and great promise, but at the time I had no money. I had to eat my tiny little meals with a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of tiny little glass. But Mr. Osman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly. That is what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things. And Mr. Osman provided me with an engineer for the practical. And the three of us produced the fantastic machine together.
The machine that brought you to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Adsman took care of all of it. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean you were involved in its construction?
Yes! Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. Move forward. Sorry. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypotheses. But Mr. Osman and I toiled over that machine for so long. We put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. So what's left of the machine but must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident.
Alright. That's the extent of the testimony then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? I'm curious what I need to present then. I don't feel like I got any clues reading all that, to be honest. The metal, I'm guessing, would be somewhere on here, actually. This? His glasses? Is that metal? That's the only thing I can think of, to be honest. Like, it has to be that, right? If it's fundamentally flawed, it means that the metal cannot be transported. But I don't actually see any metal explicitly on this image. I'm gonna present it and see if it works.
Objection!
That's what I thought. Professor Hairbrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis in the machine that you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd like you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. Look at this graph. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman was wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim. Okay, so it was right. I was right.
What? Metal! No! Metal can't! That's not... metal? No!
Metal! That's so fucking metal. Let's go. We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome,
it should have also predicted that the metal rimmed particles would be found in the same place. Ah, my hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Professor Hairbrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed, bitch! Ah! Look at him fucking moving his afro like that.
Ora! Counsel, what is the implication of this?
If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day! The experiment was a success, the experiment was proof of all my work! If I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead! As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. Fate! What? Fate? Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect? It has been disproved, hasn't it? In front of all of us. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, bounder, and a fraud.
I see the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No! Never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act! What in the devil is that blasted act about, eh? Who made it such a cockcrow, eh?
Unlike the way this seems to be going, what's the best way for me to hold the professor? I feel like every single time we've done this, we've had to raise an objection, but I don't have a real reason to raise an objection at the moment. Like, these choices feel so arbitrary, but like, maybe. Maybe I raise an objection. But what am I objecting to? This hypothesis is flawed? It is flawed. Are we supposed to be objecting to, like, make him not be
A fraud? I'm not sure.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so,
Even so, what?
going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, you would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection!
He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money.
Ah,
If government were foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
conspirators!
What will be the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, man. £500 a year. Oh, I could have ranted on that much for years. The Society's noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the larger slice of the funding cake. People's greed is a plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound, please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Ah, Baroque!
And therefore, the only person who could have possibly committed this murder is the accused.
Ah, Baroque. Where is this heading? I have no idea.
My lord, if I may.
Yes, Lord Von Zix.
The prosecution would like to summon the new witness to the stand, I see.
Okay.
New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement?
They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition who were occupying special seats.
Eyewitnesses?
Very well. The court grants the prosecution the request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident.
The prosecution's stance is clear. The experiment was no postiche. The accused killed the financier, victim, there, on the public stage, before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend.
Oh, yes?
It's time for you to make your own stance clear.
There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? Regina Lestrade, I feel lied to, actually.
During which time, the prosecution will prepare new witnesses to take the stand.
Hey, Bank.
As you wish, my lord.
Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes.
Is this a to be continued? Or is this just a... No, it is a to be continued. Yeah, cool. So part 1 of the trial's done. Nice. Making good progress. If this game doesn't do another investigation segment after this, then I don't actually feel like there's going to be another investigation segment after this, to be honest. just dropped my headphones. Like, they came unplugged and fell to the floor. I really hope they aren't damaged. Holy fucking shit. I'm gonna scream. Please be okay. 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 Seems fine. I think. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. I might go get some water real quick. I shouldn't be too long. I don't have anything else to distract me, so just give me one moment. Okay. Okay. Hold on. I have almost made another mistake with my headphones. Okay. Hello, I'm back. Whoa, that's... hello. Hold on, let me just check something. Hold it up. I need to get Twitch up. Are we going crazy or? No, I'm going crazy. Okay. Don't worry. False alarm. Okay. Let's continue.
Mr. Naruhoro! What on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather... What I don't know you were playing at all along, my hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start!
Sorry about that.
But you promised me! You said you proved that dratted explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me!
Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. I said that I believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you that I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete!
Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject... What about Baroque? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait! He's the Reaper, ain't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore?
Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
Yes, what?
The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume. There was no trickery involved.
I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet.
Okay, that's a typo. That's meant to be hasn't reached. Hey, May, welcome.
But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it.
All right, Professor, I understand.
Counsel, defendant! The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please.
It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant.
A practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible.
So really, what should I be trying to prove here? What have I got to prove? What's the fucking Mega Man quote? It's not that. I forgot what the fucking Mega Man quote from that one cutscene was from. Anyway, moving on. Xenoblade 2 peak indeed. I like that the jury's completely new this time. It's good.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
As is the defense, my lord.
So, Lord Von Zix, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes.
Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable.
Perfect. A detective of all people. Is it gonna be fucking Gina? No way. Definitely not, but you know.
The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time. The accused.
Thank you, counsel. The prosecution position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now.
Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally.
No, new characters.
And Gina.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear.
Uh,
My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the experimental stage.
oh, now I have to do a fucking German accent. Okay. What the hell?
My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ormens.
Oh my fucking god. Gots. What?
My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigismund Ormestein.
I don't actually.
Ormestein? Stein. I have come to see the great exhibition from all the way from my hometown in Bohemia. I'm very rich.
Hang on.
British. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Sherlock Holmes agrees.
God, I fucked up the voice. Hold on.
British? I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got out to go in one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina.
Again.
But she did mention that she's seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it.
There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above.
Battle in the skies above Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
You make it sound like there were the clouds.
In the clouds, see?
It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly high too high, can ya?
60 feet. About 18 meters then.
Huh? That's how the conversion works.
I could have... Okay, I guess that's not... Okay. I mean, Silent both put us into a Xenoblade 2 mood tonight, yeah.
Thank you for your instructions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you at a vantage point above the stage.
Okay. I need to get my Gina voice, like, I need to keep saying British. Hang on, that's not right.
British? Oh, British.
And just to get back into the Gina voice, holy shit. It's such a hard voice for me to pull up, but it's so fun.
It was an incident terrible. I am only grateful that my balloon was not damaged.
There was this huge bang from the stage, and next second, under a bang in the sky beside us.
Oh, fuck, I can't nail it tonight.
And from a big smoke, a cage appeared from out of nowhere.
The cage fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the Crystal Tower.
British? I can get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it when after crashing into the tower.
God, I can't fucking do this tonight for some reason.
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that were 2 explosions.
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes.
I knew the song was gonna come on.
When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the two witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, a second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site for the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the Crystal Tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appears before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot I didn't want to be a thing, so I kept my eyes wide.
Okay.
I still have lots of money.
Oh my god. Oh my god, child.
Precisely who is this curious infant?
He has a lot.
I am told he is a young noble of the Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition, as he would say in his not-so-German accent.
I do not like the child.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Ah yes, I see, a delightful face, I'm sure.
What is the bandage?
Yeah, everybody says so.
So, great disguise then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was witnessed as man on stage, could possibly have committed the murder.
Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's view on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Alright. I do not like the child.
Hold it!
Here we go. There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
See, all 3 of them are very muscle. They are very popular, senor.
Oh, is he meant to be Spanish? Okay, I wasn't sure if he was going for a French or sort of Spanish speak. I like the child, he's funny.
Some people pay some power for one, right?
£10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got here for free, I did. Play the old I work for Her Majesty police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of the balloons, you know? Though.
Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. The operators.
Is it Italian? But he said C. Isn't C... Is C Italian as well? Is Spanish and Italian both use C? As... Yeah, okay. Good to know. Yeah, I'm surprised I don't know that. I don't know. I'm surprised I don't know that. Okay. Learn something new every day. Actually, giving a Mario voice? How do I do a Mario voice?
It's a me, Mario.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
See? And the zone above the public supplementation stage is the more property one. The other impresarios, they hate me. It's a me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we can hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident. Right! I can fill you in there, my lord. British?
Give me a Chris Pratt voice. I cannot do a fucking Brooklyn accent. I'm sorry. So you actually saw the incident happen from up in the air. I'm terrible at American accents. I'm terrible at accents, full stop. So...
Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's mugs game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything because we're up above it all. The dodgy curve climbing into the cage and the dodgy professor pulling on those levers.
I still can't really do British. I can pretend to do British, but it's not good.
And that's where it happened. Just when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You are describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang, right in me ear. I looked round and there was a huge great fireball next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me. My Brazilian accent comes on whenever I speak any other language. Otherwise, only accent I can do is British. Master Gots. Does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at the elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yes. What was it again?
Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein.
Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrange's last remark, perhaps?
Oi! Get it right, it's Inspector Lestrange.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address him at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah. There was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure... Which is what I say, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you have food enough to interrupt, you have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the explosion happened on next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed
Me and our teacher.
a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon? Could it happen to be Miss Green?
You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. And you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I'm Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it is lies. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people that she works for Her Majesty's police.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial and national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
Do I present this? Hold it! A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that?
Of course I am sure. I'm proud Bohemian Prince. All these questions...
Oh, I see.
Questions are making me boring. Actually... I think you mean bored!
Oh, fuck, Naruto, you get him.
English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Hang on.
Mario. Ragazzo, it is very long to...
I can't fucking do Mario.
It is very long to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason, planets never explode. It is logical.
Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. May die. I will have the army come and shoot all of your super balloons out of the sky, all of them. Here you are, your highness.
If only all international incidents were so easily resolved.
Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment the cage materialized, Mr. Loon?
No. I did not see the explosion there myself. However, the cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and it crashed into the...
Okay, I can kind of get into it. Okay, I'm getting the feeling they want me to present the little balloon thing, but it's not like an objection.
Objection!
No, okay, apparently not. Has to be contradictory to what we know, rather than proving that it exists. Hold it! Did you see that actually happen?
No. In reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower.
Thinking ahead of what the game wants, I know, right?
There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed.
I suppose they are his livelihood.
But when I looked up to the sky...
Ima sora miyagete. Sorry. Trails in the sky, brain rot.
All my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. British. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now.
I can't fucking do Gina tonight. Holy shit. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's what I like to hear. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after crashing into the tower.
Hold it! Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
You said, Otto? How could it be me? I was up in a balloon, were I?
Right.
So got I one available? The boss. It was the boss who had the lecture over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to steal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell ya. Amazing!
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I can see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see it, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine, but what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean the victim was never actually on stage in the first place. Oh god, the victim on stage is gonna be the fucking wax model, and it's gonna melt. It would have melted from the explosion. Bet. Fucking watch. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time.
What does the game want from me now?
What the fuck does the game want? Ah! Okay, I'm actually, like, thinking about it. What the fuck? What are they looking for? This is new information, but, like...
Huge bang from the stage, and next second another bang in the sky beside us.
Wait, do I present this then?
Objection!
Oh, okay. That feels like the... That's kind of... Okay. Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged.
See, that is correct. If they had the caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. Terrible.
I wonder if you might know what this is.
Ah,
Music is just flat conversation. It's so satisfying. It's so good. Ace Attorney is such a good series. Holy shit.
I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope.
Sorry? The envelope?
Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with the hot air. It is made from the very thick fabric lined with the rubber. You do not want to rip when you are in the sky.
Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day.
Eh?
If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence.
No!
Why didn't the man say so?
Maybe everyone was killed. Oh no, having us explode on that, how awful.
I can't read all this in time.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur! But after the explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon.
Causing the balloon to explode, yes, eminently plausible.
An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
Hold it! This I cannot accept.
Why not, Mr. Loon? Mr. What was his full name? Balloon. Faza Loon. Oh, I see. Balloon. Gotcha.
You are suggesting that I am the liar. That persons died in balloon incidente.
There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality in that day.
Ha! God damn it.
That's right, and I prove it. But Loon is not a liar. There was no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible.
So you're saying it's impossible. Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Aye!
Objection!
Loon's hat is puffing. Wow. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord. The defense called for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There's clearly more to the truth than meets the eye.
Yeah, I saw.
It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons we're operating at the exhibition.
Oh, grazie, my lord.
He is blowing up his own balloon. Mr. Loon's balloons.
As I had said, Barasa's balloon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All the three of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in the explosion, what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a bit of a loss was found at the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckon there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid Rakazo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway.
So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you?
Si, exactamente. Even if he saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to show the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will strike back. It will be for all that for.
What happened to all that war? Mr. Loon certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but doesn't change the fact that testimony and evidence are contradictory.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes.
Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Here we go.
As I had said,
No, not safe. Okay. You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe.
Signora. I might not notice if I could give 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could mistake something about something so grande and expensive?
I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons.
It would appear no mistake has been made then.
Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. He said kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought and said he'd have to go himself in that case. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. What a catastrophe.
It would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky?
Are you an idiot, huh?
Sorry?
That is like why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And a balloon flies because it flies. What else?
That must be Italian for I don't know.
There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle that of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using gas that is lighter than air.
See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe.
Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive.
Good Lord! I do not permit the smoking of the cigarettes in any way on my balloons. The magic gas does not like the fire.
Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode.
What is the matter with your signal? All that comes out of your mouth is explosion, explosion, I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me to the proof.
Alright. So Stallone had 3 balloons in the air that day. But none of them were damaged. Then what was the one that exploded? I love that look. That, like, slow turn. I need a gif of that. Hold it! I was surprised to find the piece of fabric stored at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking up stuff all around me. Always works out way better. Dive into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss is in his hands and knees, picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor.
Hold up.
Wish. Thing is, though, the case went crashing through the crystal tower to air. That's where most of the investigation would go on.
Found a gif I DM'd it to me. Thank you so much. Even so, I would have thought that someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Oh, that's from the fan translation. It's got not called all. Yeah. Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have ya? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorcher on ground of the meeting we had about the investigation. The coppers say I'd recognized properly some debris from the explosion on the stage.
Hold it! There was considerable damage to the stage in the surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah, some of the girls were watching the experiment were caught in the bus uninjured. Good job of all contraption didn't kill over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that.
It seems there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh?
The man's sole pleasure.
None of this matters. The scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. This turbo ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the exact types
Anyway, okay. This is probably the most in detail. You mean, the color's wrong.
Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse.
And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It's unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that's gonna be.
For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage.
It's fine, Reno. It's gonna finish up so infinite. He won't be missing anything indeed.
You couldn't conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded in some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you agree.
You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition. Si, exactamente. As the signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, there's a little ragazzo from the Bohemians mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me. Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's about the Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigmund Ormstein.
Ormstein? Ormus! Xenosaga 2! Sorry. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it on all over Bohemia. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much about the language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have the evidence, Ragazo, then I must tell you your parents to punish you, eh?
Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give you a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photographs here. Look at this graph.
What?
I had not been up in a balloon for this while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of the photographs of the Crystal Tower, the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, also the hot steel, the cold steel. Yes, the balloon.
And the instantaneous kinesis experiment. You take a picture of that.
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one.
But all I wanted was a ride in my balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon.
Huh?
Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think
shocked is the word, young man.
the camera's bigger than his head.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... But that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Bah! Bah!
That is one very bohemian sounding cry.
Bah! Bah!
Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
Let me take a look. Oh, we've got like the little crossbow thing here as well, I see. Okay. But there's no one on board, clearly. Okay. That does not look like the victim at all, but okay. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very, very, very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred.
Well, if you'll ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig.
Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another, fourth balloon. And Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Alright, what do I present? The photo's somewhere. Oh, they weren't carrying passengers. That's what it is.
Objection!
Yeah. Unfortunately, the photograph Master Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important.
What?
It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers.
Ah, my goodness, you're right! Egads! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the balloon, the view. My balloons only fly with the passengers.
Oh, fuck, man. I cannot do accents. I am so sorry you have to listen to this. I am so fucking sorry you have to listen to this. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above, battling the experimenters, the station stage. The mysterious green balloon!
I know nothing, niente! I can only tell you the one thing. If this balloon was not carrying the passengers, then it was not one of mine.
Look at this fucking hat pulsating.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere. You care to look? Clearly one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition.
It's fine, it's funny, okay.
And managed to operate balloon flights
Balloon fight!
on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing.
See, the competition. This trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because the experimenters went wrong on the stage.
This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right. So then scraps fall further out, and then the scorch mark didn't come from the stage at all. It's been a balloon raining down because no one was there. It didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly, it has nothing to do with the case.
Its relevance does elude me, I must say.
The court has been has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded.
They're so bored. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? There's nothing more we can learn from it. There's more!
Objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Ms. Master God may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitive edition Xenoblade Chronicles for Nintendo Switch, released in May of 2020. Please play the game, it is very good. Now, so tell the court, what exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault.
Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying, and the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen and instantly and explosively ignited.
No! That's not what happened!
What? None.
XCD is starting his mental illness.
It would appear that this photograph requires a closer examination. Counsel for the defense. You will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photographs for the court.
Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Am I on the right pixels? Am I right on the right pixels? I hate it when it's like, damn, it's so small. Am I actually going to be presenting it properly? Is the hitbox big enough? The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous, indeed. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly to the balloon.
Most likely.
I was so hoping you missed the hitbox. Why?
A ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort.
If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright light really is.
Goodness, what is that? Undeniably, some flash of light, yes.
Oh golly, do you think it might be lightning?
But it could have been
But it couldn't have been a finer day.
I believe we may be looking at fire. About the fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow. A fire arrow. The Legend of Zelda.
Indeed.
Even to my aging eyes would appear to be some flame of sort. My word, are you suggesting that the flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could have possibly reached such a height.
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen.
What evidence?
I wonder if you can reach this point without actually inspecting the crossbow. Like, not opening it and labeling it as a crossbow.
If such evidence exists, Counsel, for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon?
Take that!
Take that! This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight to the hydrogen-filled balloon.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately?
Blimey, you're right! The streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was the... You got stuck here because I didn't examine? No way! Oh my god. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow, igniting the hydrogen gas inside it.
No!
Okay, maybe that was a bit loud. It's quite late. Maybe I shouldn't have yelled that loud. Oh, fuck. Sorry, neighbors. I didn't mean to yell that loud. Okay.
Ora! Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. Supposition.
If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of discharge, of course.
That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic.
But with the big explosion there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued.
What? Wait a minute. What are you all saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me!
Ah, now I understand. That's what this sinking feeling was about. I think there's a good chance the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along.
What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel?
There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Let's assume, as I said, the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll agree that it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
This... I... Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous! What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Shomps and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility, in which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how could you explain that?
If I may put the word as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3.
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Osman, and having this other man appear on stage in front of the show. A body double!
Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed in the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would have ever embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The expression forward of a balloon gas would be very much dependent on the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosion force can be altered.
The mixture ratio?
Obviously, the victim's body would have soffits and burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole seem charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me!
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with.
No.
In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Fuck, I missed the screenshot. This will be very hard for the prosecution to count. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Oh wait, no, it wasn't Hairbrain. No, Hairbrain was voiced once. Oh my god.
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry.
What's all this about this, Mr. Hairbrain?
Oh, I get it. His hair looks like a brain. That's why he's named Hairbrain. Holy shit. I was thinking like hair as in like a rabbit.
I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odious Man. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing?
Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I said all along. I must protect my hypotheses and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you would have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it.
It's clear that you drew the plan for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you would dupe, Professor, if you would just let me prove.
Baroque!
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please ensure that the special dispensation for
Fuck, that is so hard to say.
ensure that the special dispensation for scientific equipment act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Excuse me.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Thing is, I thought it was that if it's deemed as a murder, we can investigate it. Isn't it just both? Like, both in that case, we just investigate? Hang on, I'm confused about this Dispensation Act. I thought it was if it's established as a murder, then they will investigate to establish the truth. Either way, it's being established as a murder, we're just changing the suspect. So isn't this just a lose-lose for Hairbrain? Doesn't make sense!
Well, Counselor, what is the defense's official position on this matter?
What Professor Hairbrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request by see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind?
Time to play Uno on the Switch. Right, there is a thing.
Mr. Naruhodo!
There's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact a conjuring trick. We vie for the truth. Ah! No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. Can't just let him down. Who is this? Is this Shams?
What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect?
Oh, wait. What? Hello? That's the wrong voice. What the fuck?
What must I give up on? It's not the question you have to ask yourself. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long.
Susato-san! Oh, yeah! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months!
There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo, for now, let's concentrate on the task at hand.
Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Ah, yes! Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. That is a song title, I think. Pursue the truth. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ah!
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Baroque! Lord Von Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak like that way before.
In truth, there is one thing. Something I remembered that's relevant.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon?
Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me. 2, a monocle, a real stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What?
He built the machine.
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Dreba.
That's meant to be a joke on something, isn't it? All the names seem to be, but what is that meant to be?
Enoch! Dreba! Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not to name any science wizards here. The man's an abomination. Not to name any conjurer once a year either.
Who on earth is he?
I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of his nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's one name of talk of flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but strange trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant to money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard them resorting to underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Trevor's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Trevor for you. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Keep shuffling those cards. Look at that magician playing Uno in the background.
So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion.
Considering what I've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it. I wanted to believe that the machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
God.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, that the work of the dissection, that everything I'd worked towards, all of my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
This Uno card, the game has rabbit cards. Wait, is it developed by Ubisoft? It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
When I announced my invention,
Oh wait, that's the wrong thing.
when I announced my invention to the crowds at that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. Then the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we'd have to suspend proceeding for the remainder of the day now. Lord Francis,
My lord,
the court has nearly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
yes, Mr. Draper.
Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena.
With pleasure, my lord.
Now, counsel for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing, and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime, for which he presently stands accused.
I understand. So doing another investigation.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
We're gonna continue. It's only what? Oh, it's almost 10 o'clock. I could stop, but we'll see. I feel like I want to continue a bit longer. We'll do some investigations. Ace Attorney investigations. You know? That stuff. I should have done this.
Mr. Naruhodo!
Yes. I love how this guy's voice started as like a Sora voice and then suddenly turned into this very German sounding guy, even though he's like That was a hiccup. That was a hiccup. Oh boy. Even though he's like British.
I'm so sorry! I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Kingdom Hearts is light! Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Undertale. Hopes and dreams. Oh, I get it. Well, thank you for doing so much for me! Also, hi, Susato.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo.
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrived.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Reno, so be surprised. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, alright, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
That's the wrong voice.
It just sort of slipped out.
I like this harebrained dude. He's cool. Yeah, he's funny. Maybe we could stick to a more traditional displays of emotion in future. Yeah, give me a hug, Susato.
This train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. Who made the coachman really whip the horse's heart so he didn't miss the whole drive. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid it didn't really matter. I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
Oh, you're too kind. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Professor Mikoto will not protest.
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful. I can't wait.
It's a time on your turn. Susato's son was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time. But despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Alright, I'm not gonna waste too much time. I'm gonna continue. I'm just gonna continue. No wasting time. Curb, I hope you're doing alright. On timing. That turn timer better be fast. Get you to stop playing Uno. Play Peak instead.
Oh, this room, it's been so long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to say so familiar.
I didn't know when you might return. I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. I exited the game. Uno can wait, let's go.
So is your father alright, Susie? What happened?
My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to find you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That was all a trick. My father's in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Huh?
You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Susato, do you want to play Uno with me?
Yes, of course I shall.
Is Maya... Not Maya, what's the fucking name? The other character, is she here with you?
And there's one other thing, because if you're here for the forensics, she was a student of medicine, right? That would kind of fall underneath the sort of scope, right? Emma Ninagayo, Sound Horizon, full version coming out in the next few months. Not Emma Sky, the fucking... Oh, Remember Me. Remember Me, my name. Remember Me. Is she gonna come up again? Because she is absolutely in the fucking... Yeah, she is in the box art, so I'm like, Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. The next line of dialogue. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. I see.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can.
Hello. Back in Britain. Britain?
When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial. Oh, yes. The murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it! Don't you, Runo?
Can this game stop reminding me? Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false moustache, maybe.
I don't think any moustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it.
The bee? Fire Emblem? Phantom Thief bee? The Fire Emblem? Buyer Emblem and Beige. Buyer Bemblem Bengage. B. British. Be British. The British emblem. I want to see a Fire Emblem game with British voice actors.
It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar. In the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
So Xenoblade Tactical RPG, isn't that just Triangle Strategy? A modern game with fully Aussie voice acting. There is a game, if you check out, oh god, there was a game I played at PAX Australia. It was an Australian indie game, but there was absolutely a game that did that. Hold on, I just checked my DMs, so I was just doing something. Here we go.
I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain, of course. Himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years.
More AAA game. An Aussie Indian voice acting that shows up is almost the worst thing ever. It really is! Bravely Default 2 and its obsession with Drongo. I haven't played more. I need to play more Bravely Default 2! Ah! Don't remind me! God, don't remind me! Did you finish the game?
I can only imagine that it's something that must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself.
I never returned if it's any consolation. Okay.
I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
That's a very meaningful look Susato-san is giving Iris there. Bravely Second is so much better. Bravely Second is so good. I need to play Bravely Default 2 specifically so I can hear the soundtrack in context. That's the only reason I'm gonna play it, and I'm honestly half considering just playing it in my own time and off stream. But I did start streaming it like a year and a half ago. 2 years ago now, actually, I think, when it released. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was. It was 2020, wasn't it? Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, I'm from Japan. My father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. Something of an honor, I believe.
Oh. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in the country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency Judge Seishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Try explaining Bravely Second and Bravely Default 2 being two different games someone who doesn't play video games. I know, right?
Last year, in the Supreme Court, you can't possibly have forgotten. A terrible trial of yours where you were accused of murder.
Ah, yes, I tried to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial.
Can someone look up the Japanese for Judge Jigoku's name for me? Like, if you can find how it's like spelt in Japanese, because if it's just Jigoku, I'm gonna go insane. Please tell me it's like Jigoku or something like that.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face.
Oh, if I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life.
Oh, well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Long Strawheart has put an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. Oh no. Seishiro Jigoku. Jigoku in Japanese, like Jigoku, yeah, is quite literally hell. It means hell. The underworld, hell sort of thing. I'm sure that's just not written with the same sort of kanji, but still, you know? I wonder if it means anything else. Hold on. Nope, just hell. Okay. Alright.
I believe it is, yes.
Alright, here we go.
I think that he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
Unfortunate surname, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only yesterday. But I sort of lost the will to live early on. I didn't listen much to it.
I'm trying for you.
Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry? That's an issue. Okay. What do you mean?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Didn't exist? But how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
A front?
Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence service has been able to ascertain about her.
A Shin? A Sin?
Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman possibly have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know, but I think we can be sure of. She had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. She's a Shin? A Shin? Who on earth was she? But I feel as though I've heard that name before, somewhere before. Huh? Andrew Shin. It's the screwdriver, everyone!
After my friend's Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange.
Oh god, I'm not...
I know the truth. I know you had what went on. The visiting student fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to English. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never...
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what do you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been laden at the port of Hong Kong, passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
Okay, so Kazuma could be alive. And I'm guessing in that case, he could be the masked prosecutor that we're looking at there.
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown, except Kazuma-sama's isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. I have a thing with characters, like games bringing back characters to life for no particular reason. I don't think this game's gonna do that. But there was a game I played recently, without naming the name because that would be a spoiler, that I fucking hated because it kind of made a bunch of points in previous games in the series quite moot by bringing back old characters for no particular reason other than fan service. Old characters that had previously died. But, anyway, the Kazuma mystery. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Burya was definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Well, I'm not gonna say. Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to...
Just thinking about the possibility pains me. So very much. Cast your mind back a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Shaw was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
Oh, you're right. You're right. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Shons had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I don't suppose that's true. He might know something more. I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. He wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true... then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
God, that animation is so depressing.
I'm terrified of what it might do to me.
Oh, Mr. Sato. I know she's given the idea thought it deserves. It's Susato's son we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Susato's here, she's gonna comment. Thinking back, that spade's been here since we first moved in, hasn't it?
I'm sure I've told you before, Mr. Naruhodo. It's not a spade, it's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for skipping up loose material. It's a shovel.
The great spade shovel war rages on. Haha!
Oh, I'm so looking forward to making some tea again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Which you think I wouldn't like, given I'm not keen on bitter flavors, but it is Susato's son's tea. And it's amazing what a little cake on something on the side can do.
I would dearly love to serve you some sort of Japanese sweet alongside your matcha green tea. I suppose that's simply not possible given how long we've been staying here in London.
Well, I do like the little chocolate you put in my tea, they go wonderfully.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you would, wouldn't you?
That gives me a warm glow inside for some reason. Sholmes has been acting sus as of late.
You have water gently boiling on the stove, I see.
It feels wrong somehow if I can't hear the water bubbling away. And with plenty of logs, it's not like we have to worry about paying for gas.
It's important to open the window for fresh air when the fire's burning, though. You can't keep it closed just because it's cold outside. It could be a matter of life and death.
Avoiding the freezing winter air is a matter of life and death too, if you ask me.
Oh well. Perhaps a nice cup of tea will warm you up later.
You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always.
You really must tidy it all up, Mr. Naruhodo. No more excuses.
I'm Sholmes. Hi, Sholmes! Mr. Sato, the way I see it, all these papers building up on my desk like this are a reminder of my wonderfully diverse daily life. I like to leave them as they are, so I never forget how lucky I am to have such a varied experiences.
In that case, you should definitely have a thorough tidy. Then you'll be able to see your papers building up all over again and feel that joy renewed.
Still can't beat her in an argument, even though I'm the lawyer. The Daruma.
I see a Dharma, so there's only one I filled in.
Well, we agreed that it's something we do together, didn't we? We could do it right now if you'd like. I'd be happy with that.
I rather like the anticipation, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
What does that mean? Oh, hi, Iris. The room through there should be exactly as you left it. I'm just thinking, I read Herlock Sholmes and I'm like, wait, that's the correct name, right? I cannot say Sherlock Holmes anymore. That sounds so unnatural. Why is it so unnatural? I've never been inside, I've never been invited.
Of course not. Only Iris is allowed in my room.
No doubt I'll be hearing you two giggling away in there again then. Where does Naruhodo sleep? Naruhodo.
I'm so pleased to see all sea creatures doing so well in the aquarium.
Yes, the prawns are still swimming and the anemones are still swaying. Obviously, I've been looking after them carefully. At first, I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now.
I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to beating their maker. It must be a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie?
Ah yes, I forgot.
Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me. How'd you come to know it? Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh!
Oh, here we go.
I'm only so sorry. I've had to keep it for so long, Iris.
This is new music.
It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I foresaw something of writing desk. A large box of papers. There's a label fixed to the box that was written in English. It's read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
So it's in Japan?
What? A Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father!
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
What was Iris' manuscript?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was a non-published account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office.
Iris looking fucking stunned.
That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
Yeah, what is going on? So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. Expected nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well known in the field of science and magic.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to know to find the man.
Sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Just a job for the police. Oh, great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started right away, I think. Oh. Sutato is now in the court record, right? Oh, she's right at the start. Okay. I feel like that is Kazuma, but... Hold up. The shape of his face is the same. Like, the chin. The shape of his chin seems similar. I don't know. It's not super obvious. We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. It looks like Kazuma.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. You can't have more than one assistant with you at any time. That would be a nightmare for the writing team. For sure, Takumi.
That was a little abrupt. Well, the herb market must be strong. Alright. Up we go. I kind of wish they didn't hint at him possibly being alive. You know, I get it, but like, if he is alive, I don't think they want it to be a surprise. I think they're writing it in a way where it's going to be more of a, okay, he's alive, we knew that. What is the significance of that? Rather than him being alive as a big surprise, you know? And I think I'm starting to prefer when it's like more, I guess, nuanced than, oh, holy shit, he didn't actually die, you know? But yeah, I'll see how this goes. I'm not sure if he is alive, to be honest. But I could see it. It's not like it's completely out of the question. I don't think this game is doing it in the way of an arse pull. And I think that's a good thing. Assuming he is alive. But yes. Oh, hello!
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours to make our way through the crowds at this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
There you are. I had a feeling you would show your mugs before long.
Oh, wait.
There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
My bad. Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual.
Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the crime scene.
Right, well, that's a young trainee's domain. On, get over here, Gina.
She seems to be busy playing with a puppy. Probably giving a traditional East End training. Sorry. You missed MV and I finding out we both had fish and chips last night. Yeah, we did it because of Gregson.
Gina, she's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it?
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. Time for me to say toodaloo to London.
Oh no, really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along.
Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
To France? Wait, is this the prequel to Rhythm Thief?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley.
But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way the adult work world works, Sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what will become of her?
I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not. I gotta keep that...
I'm gonna keep that demon safe and sound until this all is over, at least.
She froze.
Oi! Did you just call me a blue diva again?
So you heard that, did ya? Right, well, any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective team, you.
Oi! You're the boss! Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now!
I can't do it.
British?
There we go.
British?
I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you?
Isn't he great? Toby's his name?
Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing my mind, to be honest. Alright. There's a few things that's actually playing in my mind in the background here. What is this? More balloon.
Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, and that's what's left the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence that the balloon exploded on the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dream's been shattered like this.
Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ha ha ha!
Not funny.
Ouch. I'm a bad person.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
They took Gina and gave her a dog 10 out of 10 game. You've really been looking forward to the Great Exhibition, haven't you, Mr. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Oh look, a flying balloon. I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they fly, and so high up as well.
But think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see it for miles and miles.
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
Alright, Gina, what do you got for me today? Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
British? The British scene? Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it? There we go.
I'm gonna be playing with with me and your friend, yeah?
Ah, yes, Toby. Tobias, Toby, I get it.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Sorry, you can't go up there, Snooze.
Oh,
It's like I told Otto yesterday. Hey, even I ain't alone near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it. The Special
Dispensations for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something.
The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's the one. Yeah.
But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted?
I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was your name again? Lord Strange something?
I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps?
That's the one. Yeah, apparently he's always watching the time or something.
So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Toby the dog.
You quit, what? I had a right laugh. There's a new one on me, yeah? You know, me and Courtney are spending the whole time worrying about I'm about to be found out.
You did keep an awful lot of secrets in your previous court appearances, didn't you?
Yeah, that all makes things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix.
The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Set off to do the impossible.
What do you mean?
He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow, all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber.
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much stress on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache.
Oh dear, but I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
Engineer's whereabouts of light. So Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really funny looking, but two eyes and what don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that Skull Reaper who's always looking down glasses of that blood-red plonk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always at it in me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scull about, mind.
Probably would have been a cute boss, of course.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
That would put that one to bed.
Anyway, point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But they don't seem to be any more clues to go on. They're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to Trevor at all. Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, oh!
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's, how do you put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've been given a proper title, everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you.
More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so she's police dog, you see?
The police recruit dogs now.
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of the city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't.
Ah, that's nothing compared to this little dog. Uh-oh.
Oh, really?
According to what boss said, once Toby here's got a good whiff of your doors, he could chase you out to the other side
Oh my god.
of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Very obvious the dog is going to be useful at some point. Yeah, you're right.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point. Oh, why imagine?
I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, uh-oh, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in future.
Yes, I agree.
Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us, look, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog.
I think they should tell us more. He has an incredible sense of smell.
I found him down the east end the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and animals.
I'm guessing I can't go up here then.
Oi! That's all for the business up here! Try to sneak past me again. I'll stuff your gobble full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Ah, I see. So you're saying... Who? Is that not the fucking typewriter girl from the jury? Or is that someone new? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder.
I've never seen her before. Nope. Definitely not. Holy shit. Holy shit! That fucking hair? God damn, okay.
Oh, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. You mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated.
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country has been made to look foolish. Now politicians are scrambling to respond. Lord Von Zix is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh dear, I don't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for being taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens...
And they do trials in the morning, but not a time to prep, he doesn't.
My forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it?
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Who? Who? Fucking who? Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Seath, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case.
She looked like a Final Fantasy character.
She was just delivering her report about the victim.
Oh, I see, about Mr. Asman.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Ah, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about?
I can give you
7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
She's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Okay. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? Let's see if it is 7 minutes.
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything that it has to offer. I created first grade forensic, officially, of course, the forensic investigation team a year ago now. Unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago.
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to propose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once it happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London scum is about to rerun it up and burst into fires of hell. I intend to see it personally. By creating the finest police force of the world has ever known, to protect our honor and future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Seath is an extremely reliable crime. When I originally established a forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, because we're here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand you will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Stromhard, with Professor Mikotoba?
It was many years ago, you know, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well.
Dr. Mikotoba. Did you go to school with him as well?
My memory serves some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born. So yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's largest hospitals, St. Simon's if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Seath was also there then, as it happens.
Then, Dr. Seath knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly, but I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Lord Von Zix. I want to ask you about Lord Von Zix, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Client Von Zix, was murdered, It was just after young Barak had graduated from the University of London to become a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak from Zik went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
Oh my god.
Oh my word.
So Lord Von Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science?
None the slightest. In fact, yourself barely aware of the subject and learned on it recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. C's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid.
That did actually take 7 minutes to get through. I was watching my stream time. We started about 3:51 on the timer, and it is now 3:57.
We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are ever so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Alright. Let's get out of here. Let's go to the experimentation stage.
Oi! That's off limits up there! Try to sneak past me!
Yes, please. I love fish and chips. Didn't we get special permission? Oh, there we go. Gina. We're actually hoping that you could we can investigate the scene again.
Yeah, alright. If you're around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's right, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Oh, yes, Toby. Why is it letting me skip the dialogue?
So you can't go up this.
Oh, because it's the same, yeah.
Actually, I've just recently been to London to see Lord Strongheart.
Eh, you what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours and got closed office and came in back significantly.
Tragic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing.
Oh yeah?
Honestly.
Right, Anne. Go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So you stop saying this is all there is about board, are ya?
I'm sure everything will be fine.
That really would be tragic.
Right, Anne. Them the stairs. Off you go.
But thank you, Gina.
There we go. Awesome. Let's go up and see what we can find out.
Lovely.
What time is it? 10:47. We can go for like another 15 minutes, I think. Experimentation stage.
Oh my, so this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it.
Yes, of course. It is amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You never see such grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh look, is that
Oh!
Lord Van Zeeks?
I'm hearing music as well. From the background. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sutter?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
We have permission to be here from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything.
From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart? I'll probably resist the urge to play Uno and play more greater since only once the stream is over. Okay. She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and she wouldn't have bent her steel will. Her will of cold steel. Her silver will of cold steel. Least approachable man in the world, winner. 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you.
Lord Von Zeeks. Hello.
What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
Oh my god, the fucking music kicking in. Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Ah, well, the thing is...
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
Ah,
Never mind, state your business then.
come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Ask away, Mr. Naruto. You won't know unless you try.
What do you have to lose? You're the most client. Am I pronouncing it right? I don't know. So, client was the name of your older brother, I understand. Lord Von Zeeks.
You Nipponese. I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright. It is a bit like that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry, there's more to it then.
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
You're too kind. I'm going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush.
So tell me, what is your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Von Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork, which... Wait, you mean...
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Imagine coming to a crime scene and asking the prosecutor investigating about their dead brother. Dedikashi ないね. He's turned white as a sheet. Wonder if there's more to it. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebel, already?
Surely. That goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on, aside from this description of the man we found in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering. I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but...
We very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine. Why not? I have a photograph of a man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Though it appears he had already had that black monocle at the time.
What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's toast testimony in court tomorrow.
Nice ha. Yeah, nice ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
Fire Emblem? Is Hara a Fire Emblem character? What is it about Lord Von Zix? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Oh, Tellius, gotcha. Could start up Fire Emblem Engage. May, you got Fire Emblem Engage, and I'm fucking shocked you did. I'm really shocked. Was it your brother that got it, and you just took a picture of it?
Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow.
Thought it would be funny.
Thank you.
Well, enjoy it, I suppose. Susato is also reacting the same way. Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zig's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Von Zix, may we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him, why?
Walks away. Yeah.
Kazuma-sama.
Yeah.
Kazuma?
I don't believe it. Has he forgot it? Has he forgot his, has he lost his memories? I'm gonna play it. Call it the worst thing I've ever played, regardless of like it or not, just because I can name my character next to me.
Your posture, your presence. It can only be. It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure, as if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? But wait! Too late.
What's going on here?
Your apprentice.
What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well, about that.
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
But he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow, he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant. On Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us? It's been a good while since I last saw the amnesia trial. To be fair, he hit his head! He did hit his head! You know?
Now then, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes, thank you. He tripped over a cat. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Chisato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. Makes more sense here than 90% of tropes that, yeah. Okay, I need to investigate now. God, the suspense theme in this game is so good.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast.
And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all. Just here.
And look, Mr. Naruhodo, the metal grill on the floor. Looks as though it's been designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
Ferris wheel.
Hey, that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among us young London couples.
I think it's a romance would be slightly spoilt by the abject terror personally, but then I'm not a Londoner. Huh. I'm not a Brit.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
It's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Sean to accompany me on it in that case.
When you put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try.
Oh dear, it's complicated for you, isn't it?
This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken, this is the cage in which the victim was standing before he apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood.
More precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion, and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly, not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I've actually streamed Among Us before! They're in my stream VODs if you check out my channel on youtube.com/mbgov1133. They exist! I haven't done it since, like, the whole Among Us boom, though. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important as a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Alright, that's it. Among Us stream 2013. Do we want to do a Shine Court Among Us stream? I'd be down for that.
You already met that boss man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Von Zeke's office.
I see.
You think Von Zeke's... You want Nutchuck to be spread even more? The video's already got like 10,000 views on it or whatever. I forgot what the actual view count was. I can't escape it.
And if Kazuma-sama really is alive, it means that Mr. Sean's lied to us.
I know. I'm going to need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato.
Of course.
There's still a lot more we have to investigate, I bet. Alright, where haven't we gone? The forensics laboratory. Alright, I think I'm gonna end off here. It's 11 o'clock. I've got a decent point to stop. So, thanks so much for watching, everyone. I haven't saved in an hour, wow. But there's autosave, so it's not a big deal. With MB's mic peaked, all things gone from left to right. All right. Well, thanks for joining. Tomorrow, yeah, I've got a long ass stream where we're gonna be talking about all the games we played in 2022, sorry. Last year's 2022. I need to get that in my brain. That'll be starting at 9 a.m. Australia time, so you wanna come by for that? That'd be fun. But no stress. O and I are just gonna be talking about how much we hated the Trails games we played this year. This last year. But yes, next time on Great Ace Attorney 2. I don't know. Reckon we could finish the case? I feel like we're getting to the end of this investigation. We didn't play Among Us. I didn't touch Among Us last year, jeez. Is that like 3 complaints I'm expecting? Alright, well, thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you next time. Talk about it even if you didn't play it. Okay. I will bring it up. Good night, everyone. I'm heading to sleep. I will update thumbnails next time.